tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets, the biggest poker names, 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8! Josef Gulasch Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge, located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena, to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets, the biggest poker names, 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8! Josef Gulasch Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
Hello guys and welcome to the Euro Poker Millions Day 2 live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov, bringing you all the action. My name is Dan Rankin. I will be your commentator and host for the Euro Poker Millions. I'm delighted to be here with you, bringing you all the action this evening. How are you all doing? Let me know in the Twitch chat. Are ye well? Just waiting for the action to get restarted here. The small blind will be 20k. The big blind will be 40k, with a 40k running big blind ante. This is a huge event from the King's Resort, $1 million guaranteed. I've been commentating throughout the summer, and there's been 4 and 6 World Series of Poker Europe main event packages on top of the prize pool, but this one has 12 packages. €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket is up for grabs here on top of this prize pool. It's just such exciting stuff. Event after event taking place at the King's Casino, the King's Resort. If you're looking for any information about this resort, you can find it at www.kingsresort.com. Delighted to be here with you this evening. Let me know how you're getting on in the Twitch chat. Hello, who are you, Donkey? I seen you here before. Nice to have you back with us. Hope you are keeping well. Getting the action started here. Hand 1. We have a call from Michael in the hijack with Queen Jack of Hearts. And the raise, of course, coming from Abd, first of all. If you are a reg, you will remember Abd from last weekend, if I remember correctly. Very loose, aggressive, emotional player. And he had a huge result. Let us know how you are all getting on in the chat. Delighted to be here, bringing you more action from King's Casino, King's Resort. So much action taking place in here all the time. And if you haven't been to the resort already, it's a must on your poker calendar. some nice ambiance in the background. Bit of guitar on a Sunday evening. Been a 3-bet, however, from the ace-jack offsuit from the small blind. Guys, I am astonished by this prize pool. €162,000 for first place. That is just incredible. Incredible. Even coming 9th place in this event, you were getting way over €10,000. And of course, that €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. If you are wondering about the chips in front of you, the orange chips are 5k, the greens 25k, and the white chips are 100k each. If you are just joining in for the Euro Poker Millions live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov, my name is Dan Rankin and I will be bringing you all the action as your commentator and host. Action Dan for tonight and all of tomorrow until we crown a champion. and you can see in the top right hand corner of your screen, there was nearly 3,000 entrants into this tournament. Those numbers are just astonishing for a €500 buy-in. Nightlight 89 has raised from under gun +2 with pocket trees. And Dorian from the big blind has defended with ace-4 of clubs, and the flop is very good for Dorian. Jack, 3 deuce, 2 clubs. However, Nightlight has flopped the set. We are going to see a lot of action here. This is what gets me giddy on a Sunday evening. A set against a great draw. You can see underneath his cards, he still has nearly a 40% chance of winning this hand. And the money is all going to go in. That's for bloody sure. Bet of 120k. Dorian just has one move. He's playing under 10 big blinds here. Just under $1 million in this pot. It's an all-in and a call, obviously. And it's a fair fight here. Dorian a little bit behind, but when you flop a set, you want to have your opponent more dead than this for sure. The turn coming, the 9 of spades. Just needs to fade the river now. The river is the Queen of Hearts, and that will eliminate a player. Nightlight 89 will get a little bit richer here. Still over 100 people remaining in this field. That starting field is just fascinating. Nearly 3,000 runners for a €500 buy-in. Non-stop action coming from the King's Resort. Nightlight under the gun, pocket nines. Very deep stacked is Nightlight. Three betting to 220k with ace, queen of spades. Now, Nightlight just wants to call here. Not looking to get all the chips in the middle just yet, that's for sure. You can see the big blind only being 40k right now. It's just a testament to how great the structures are in the King's Resort. Abd playing just under 40 big blinds to start the hand. And if you are familiar with the stream, you would definitely remember Abd from last weekend. Let me know in the chat if you remember Abd from last weekend. Because there was a classic heads-up battle. Spoiler alert. And on King 3 Deuce, 2 spades. Great flop for Abd. Nightlight not going to go anywhere just yet. And a check from Nightlight with the pocket nines. Doesn't want to blow this pot. That is a brilliant river for Nightlight. I was going to say, the decision is, do we let our opponent bluff? When he checks back the turn, we are going for value to get paid by a king. But is there more value in just checking the river over to our opponent and letting him make an error? I am unsure of how much history there is at this table. But if Nightlight knows his customer, there might have been more value in checking over to your opponent there. Ab is capable of doing anything at any moment. I would have liked to see this hand play out on a different river. See how the action would have unfolded. Very, very nice river card. Granted, he was ahead. Pair of nines taking down a nice pot. Hello to the moderators on the Twitch chat. Great support, GR. Delighted to have you back here. With Apocalypse UK and the likes, we are dealing with a massive, massive prize pool here. You can see this really, really wet flop of 8, 7, 6, all hearts. The two ladies for Carl. Awkward spot here for Nightlight. Pretty confident bet of the 200k coming from Carl under the gun. And I was going to say, you don't really want to call here. You're certainly not thinking about raising. And although that might seem like you've middle pair with a top kicker, it's a pretty confident and disciplined fold. And I like it. And the raise from under the gun, +2 from Alessandro. Round to Carl. He could defend here, but decides to not bother. Still 113 players remaining here from a starting field of 2,915. We got an update on the chip counts. Couple of Italians. And Abd, if you remember, if you were tuning in, if you're a reg, we're here last weekend, you would remember. Had a fantastic result, but just couldn't get past Mikel Marques. You can see the king 10 of diamonds here against the ace queen. Great turn card for Alessandro. Also a very good card for Robert. Oh, massive draws here. Interesting to see how this develops. 500,000 in the pot already. And I think this is the right move from Alessandro. Jamming for a little bit over pot. The problem for Robert is he can't afford it. He does have a lot of outs, but he's not that far ahead of a jamming range on the turn here. He is piecing out the chips here, putting out the call, thinking about how much he'd be left with. Robert thinks he's getting a good enough price. And he is, and he can afford it, but it's a tough laydown, but maybe for over the pot it might be a good laydown with king 10 of diamonds. Alessandro way the best of it here, but this is the worst case scenario for Robert really, apart from his opponent having a pair. That's a disgusting enough river card. And that is a man down. A player has been eliminated. dirty enough situation there. But Robert was like, hey, it's 20% of my stack. I have a lot of outs here. I'm going to make the call. Up against a way superior hand. But the Shy Baby don't get no sweets. He put his money in the middle. He hit 10 on the river. And he has extra outs with his King 10 against a 9. Just very unlucky for the Ace Queen of Diamonds. You see the pocket 10s from Carl, raising from the button, off less than 20 big blinds, just under $1 million in his stack. We get an update of the chip counts there. You can see Robert is out in front, but not by much after that last pot. Just over 4 million. Nightlight with 97 big blinds. And then there is a big discrepancy between the chip stacks. Michael with 30 big blinds, Abd with 29, Carl 27, Nasiri with 20, and Ricardo Basso is our short stack, but he's not that short. He is 16 big blinds. This is just huge event. This is one of the biggest I've covered since I started doing commentary. $1 million guaranteed. 12 €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe tickets up for grabs. The money up top is just insane. And Nasiri taking that very small pot down. A lovely, lovely, nice hand for Nightlight 89 from early position. Ace, king of clubs. Playing almost 100 big blinds. Even though we had a starting field of 2,915 players, the structure never fails in Kings, and we just over 100 players, 107 left. Just shows how great the structure is, how deep stacked, and how much playability there is. And this bet from Nightlight, just a bit too heavy, I think. Having an ace, but doesn't really want to call off his tournament here. It is possible I'm slightly biased because in my head I have a history of Abd from last weekend. He's a very emotional, aggressive player. However, I really want this said. He made some fantastic calls that I believe were read-based and tell-based, knowing the dynamic that was going on at the table and how his image was being perceived. And that erratic behaviour and hand selection is very, very difficult to play against. And Abd is capable of calling here. It just depends on how he's feeling. I like that he's very emotion based, how he feels in the moment. I think that element of poker is a little bit dead from GTO solvers and everyone figuring out things in a different way. But it's a genuine tank from Abd, to be fair. In certain situations, he definitely would have called quicker. In other situations, he would just let it go. That's why I really enjoy watching him play. You never know what he's going to do next, and I love a bit of action, love a surprise. There's always a surprise around the corner at King's Resort, live from Rozvadov. And he can fold and still have 1,000,000 chips left, which is still 25 big blinds. A very workable stack. Oh, he's put it in. Thinking he's against the draw. Sometimes you're going to be ahead, sometimes you're going to be behind. And Abd is going to need serious help here. The ace king of clubs absolutely dominating the ace four offsuit. However, he does have running diamonds working for him. The turn coming, the six of spades. Just the four now. That's GG for Abd. Huge result for Abd last weekend. And it's hard. It could be a month, 6 months, or a couple of weeks, even a couple of days after you've had a big score. It's very hard to center yourself and realize, okay, we're back to this being the starting stack and this being the tournament, instead of the magnitude of being at a huge final table, playing for huge money and the title. And that's a raise from under the gun from Nightlight 89. He has a whopping stack here, playing well over 100 big blinds. And to defend with the Jack 5 of diamonds, understandable, only 40k more to see a flop. And on Jack 3-3, both of these players are understandably getting all the money in. Very bad shape from Ricardo here, 11%. And you're thinking things aren't looking too bad when you defend with Jack 5 diamonds and you flop top pair. He's just unlucky. Nightlight has all the chips, Ricardo has a short stack, and you just got to get it in. Turn coming the 10 of clubs. Ricardo cannot win unless he hits a 5, and he does not hit a 5, and that will send him to the rail. And Robert is also playing just over 100 big blinds with King, Queen of Diamonds from early position here. Round to Nightlight, who certainly won't be folding pocket sevens from the big blind. Don't really want to be three betting this one either from an early position opener. Just a mandatory defend. However, he's decided to three bet to 640k. And that will get Robert to fold. A beautiful hand to see a flop with King, Queen of Diamonds. And this just shows the power of three betting large from the big blind. And although I said it was a mandatory defend, there is a lot of merit to just three betting, taking it down, and extending your chip lead. It depends on the opponent. We have a new player at the table, Pierre Nouvel. There he is, the man, the myth, the legend. Pierre Nouvel. Jack 9 of spades. Delighted to see a legend like this at the table with 100 left in a huge field. And if you're not familiar with this man, go look him up. Sometimes it looks like he has this confused gaze about him, but I assure you, tread carefully. The man is a beast. And he ain't shy. And he has such interesting ideas about hands. And he will elect to see a flop here. Michael not much behind, only 885k. And the glasses are on from the legend. Here. Michael betting a small size here of 165k. Nice play there by Michael. He could have just jammed it all in, but he ended up getting some extra value by getting Pierre to call his three bet. The raise from Antonino. Ace queen offsuit. Robert calling in the big blind with 5-4 of diamonds. Antonino playing less than 20 big blinds to start the hand, and Robert with a mandatory defend. And this is action flop to a certain degree. It just depends how confident you feel with your flush draw, because it is only a 5-high flush draw. The raise has come from under the gun. However, he quickly moves all in. That would be the play for me, because he can't afford it. He does have a draw. And although Jack 10, 6, 2 diamonds looks scary, we have the opportunity to get our opponent to fold the exact hand that he has. Ace Queen. Great play by Robert. You can see the average stack is almost approaching 1.8 million now. Just under 100 players remaining. The blinds have gone up. Small blind is 25k. Big blind 50k. With a 50k running big blind ante. Great time to pick up ace king offsuit. Pierre asking for a count, but I don't believe he will be calling with 7-6 of diamonds. Very, very accomplished player, Pierre. You ain't messing with no fool. And yes, of course, he is priced in. I thought the raise had come from early position. I didn't realise Antonino had rejamped with the ace-king offsuit. My apologies. It's queen 10-9, 2 diamonds. Great flop for Pierre. And Antonino is holding on to his knickers here, hoping to hold the turn. The king of spades, great card for him. 845k in the middle, and he does hold. Get a well needed double up. Pierre had to raise call there, getting way too good at pot odds. Such a pleasure to get to see Pierre playing at this table, to be honest. Interesting to see how the action unfolds and develops. And Antonino will take that one down. With my favourite number in the world, 4-2, 42. The pocket eights raising from under the gun. Little over 20 big blinds here. And Nasiri from the small blind here, contemplating something, but I do believe he will just fold. Ace 3 off suit. Maybe just posturing for a moment. Pierre will be defending this. And that flop is king, 7 deuce, rainbow, massively favouring Pierre. And the bet from the pocket eights of 75k and a call from Pierre. The turn coming to 6 of hearts. Pierre deciding to lead out. And I find this slightly confusing, because we have top pair with a decent kicker, and if our opponent is bluffing, we want to make him continue bluffing. However, he is trying to get some extra value from a hand exactly like the one Michael has. And therefore, although I found it confusing, it's a little bit genius, because he's eked out that extra bit of value from a guy with a short stack. Not that short, they had similar stacks to start the hand. But my go-to would be to just check that turn. Try keep the pot small. If our opponent's bluffing, let them bluff another street. However, he's made a bluff / value bet for a small sizing on the turn. He got that extra bit of value on the turn, and Michael on the river cannot call this. Getting great odds, however, 2 overcards to his pocket eights. And he will think about this posture for a moment, but his raise was from under the gun, and that has to get respect. Pierre is not just going to lead turn, lead river with too many bluffs. Michael gets out of the way. Nice extra value got on the turn there by Pierre. I was expecting him to just check call with a hand as strong as top pair on the turn. But he got an extra street. You can see the update of the chip counts on the graphics here. Right, like way out in front here. 116 big blinds. Robert with 85, and the rest are having their own scenario going on. 35 big blinds, 34 big blinds, 30, 22, 20, 18 and 14. Action is just heating up here. If you're just joining, we are live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. My name is Dan Rankin, Action Dan, bringing you all the action that I can. Your commentator and host for this Euro Poker Millions. Thank you for joining us on this Sunday night at the very end of the summer. Tomorrow we will be at the business end of things. We will play down until we crown a champion. 97 players remaining now. And this looks like a fair fight. 600k more for Fedor Papa to call. And he has folded. And we see Nasiri raising from the cutoff in and around 25 big blinds. Getting to defend from the jack nine of spades from two-door. And on King 5-3, brilliant flop for Nasiri. Not much for Papa. Bet and take it will do. This is going to be action for sure, guys. Both players not in a position to not get all the money in the middle here. Carroll has opted to just call the 3-bet. with about 14 big blinds behind. This is the danger zone, guys. Someone 3-bets you and you just call ace king. Your opponent's got jacks. Queen, 8, 3. 2 clubs. Very strange decision to just flat with a hand as strong as ace king. And on the flop with the pocket jacks, I would just want to be going all in. The name of the game is deny our opponent equity. Yep, I am a little bit speechless at that last hand. It's just a situation where all the money goes in the middle, and I did not see that going any other way than it all going in the middle. We just don't want to be checking back this flop on 8, Queen 3 because we have jacks and it's impossible to play pocket jacks. Am I right, guys? I like to call them the Jeffreys. Antonino flopping top pair here. And Carroll with a decision. 2 overcards to his pocket sevens. The bet will take it down. I really like Pierre's style though. There's always things to be learned from that old school type of poker. Play more field-based. There's a lot to be learned from that style. Still to this day. Like look at Phil Helmet. If it's not broken, don't fix it. Proof's in the pudding, guys, time and time again. The day you think you have this game figured out means you're the fish or the donkey at the table. Back in my day, I read so many poker books. I would say more than 10, less than 20 in a very short space of time. And not one of those books will be applicable today. With a small exception of certain parts of the different books. But in general, the game has evolved that much that it's just a different style now. Who are you, Donkey says, I bet, Dan, you read all your buddies' books. Who's my buddy and what's the book? We'll get some clarity on this. Best hand in the game for the legend at the table. No, Donkey, I am not into guessing games. This is not a therapy session. I asked you a question. If you want to give me the answer, that's cool. I don't know who you are talking about. Thank you. Pierre with the raise to 125k from 100 to 1 plus 1. Robert calling on the button with pocket fours. yes. Dara is an absolute legend. I bought his satellite book off him a couple of years ago, and when I went up to buy it off him, he said, "Do you really want to buy this now, Dan?" I said, "Yeah, I want you to sign it for me." And he thought I was taking the piss. I said, "No, like I really do." I have not read his bounty book or the ICM one, and I thought you were on about someone different. Honestly, I thought you were having the crack, but of course that makes sense, yeah. Dara is like, he's the consummate professional, and anything he applies his mind to, he's going to succeed at, in my opinion. He's just so driven, that enthusiasm and passion. Of course it's going to be a brilliant book. Yikes. The most dream scenario here for Antonino. There's no way that Pierre is going to go anywhere. I like your name, by the way. Who are you, Donkey? It's a funny little screen name. Yeah, you can go that way with it, like it just, you're representing a flush draw or a queen. Personally, I would just call and let my opponent bluff it off, but I guess that looks stronger. But it is a bit of a setup. Neither opponent are going to get away from their hand. And there is 3 million in the middle, and it's an unbelievable opportunity for Antonino to double up. No, who are you, donkey? I don't know who you are. Can you tell me who you are, please? I am that will do, pig. Hence the expression, as greedy as a pig. I thought you were that person at the very start of the stream. Yes, that all makes sense now. Thank you for clearing that up. There's a lot of people with a lot of aliases. Poor Pierre, like that's a big hit to his stack. I'll take any of the support I can get. Doesn't have to be Irish. I like Irish support more, you know. That's your gang. That's how you run with. But I'll take support from any country in this world. Oh, he bust. He was actually covered, guys. The legend himself is gone. And I'm not going to lie, that's a bit of a disappointment to me. I would have liked to see more hands with him. Yes, it counts, but you said you were living in Italy. So that's why I was confused. Are you still in Dublin now? Back to Italy? Okay. Well, you don't need an invite to arrive at Finton's game anyway. But we're here to promote Kings. That's right. Carl in the hijack with King 10 offsuit has moved all in for just over 10 big blinds. And HBXDX, that's their real name, is on the button with just over 30 big blinds and has a decision. And it might look like, because he's dominated his opponent's hands, we can see it on screen, looks like, oh, of course he has to go with this, but you're never going to be that far ahead of your opponent. And although it is a great hand, it depends on what your stacks are behind you. And it is only a third of your stack, and you will have a lot of change left, and it is quite a strong hand. But when you've been playing for 2 days and you're starting to get tired and you're not too sure, I think he's made the right decision just to call. Had the stacks behind him been a little bit shallower, he'd probably just move all in. I think folding slightly too tight, but it's understandable. And you know what? Like, he's made a good call. He's decided he's going to be ahead of his opponent's range the majority of the time. And I would have... It's strange because he just got ace-jack suited to fold. And that is why we just want to move all in over the top and eliminate our opponent's move to do that. And if you were really in tune and your read was on point and you had ace-jack the clubs there, you would re-jam to get HB, KDX to fold a hand like King-Queen. And that is all that unbelievable amount of dead money and that juice in the middle. That is why it's a very difficult decision to just move all in with an all in the call with ace jack of clubs, and it could easily be a fold the majority of the time, but it just shows the power of moving all in behind. Once our opponent has flatted a 10 big blind all in, you can get them to fold a hand like the one he had, king queen offsuit. Back to the action, guys. Ace King is once again at the table. This time for our new player, Maradona Abaz. Ace King offsuit in the small blind. Just depends how he wants to play this. Maradona and Robert are very, very well stacked here, both playing in or around 100 big blinds each. Ace king offsuit, not really a hand you want to be flatting from the small blind. We have many other hands we can do this with. And the raise from Maradona from the button. And naturally enough, the big blind defends with ace-7 offsuit. $4.2 million in Maradona's stack. Bet of 90k from Maradona. And that turn card, like, pretty much the biggest brick in the deck. Two-door Papa deciding to lead here. Protection / value bet. And you heard the man. The dealer has just announced the next hand. The small blind will be 30k. Big blind 60k. With a 60k running big blind ante. 87 players remaining now. From a starting field of 2,915. This looks spicy. That yellow jumper from Maradona is indicating to me that this guy has a bit of colour and character about him. And this is such a strange hand selection to raise with here, and I really, really like this. Maradona not believing this turn sizing what I mean by his yellow jumper is like he's ready to go bananas, and that is what I love the most. Like I love a wild card, someone who just plays completely out of the norm. And Tudor are not believing this, and unless there's some significant past history, this is a great move by both players. This has been my favourite hand of the night so far. For sure. Deuce, 7-9 deuce. Raise on the turn from the Queen 8. Not believing the donk bet. And although the donk bet was strong, I don't know if it warranted an all-in. Very tricky spot. It's not that it didn't warrant an all-in, because you're just taking it down here and then, like. But the raise on the turn has to look strong. You're moving all in for your tournament with limited amount of fold equity. A great move by both players, and I really enjoyed that hand. Nightlight, nearly 100 biggins at the table. Short stack, 16 bigs. And everything in between. Hello, Dark Angel. Nice to see a rag back in the boot. Maradona raising in the cutoff to 125k. Nightlight almost playing 100 big blinds. Can kind of do what he wants, but decides to let the 5-3 offsuit go. Don't have to defend every single hand, you know. Maradona with a huge stack also. I like Maradona's swagger, his jumper, his confidence. He's ready to get down. It's a nice move he tried to pull with that Queen 8 offsuit on the turn. Not a move a lot of players think of doing. When someone leads into us on the turn after defending the big blind and calling on the flop, usually indicates strength or some sort of, as I indicated earlier, blocker / value bet. It's a pretty sick move by Maradona, trying to get his opponent there to fold a hand like A7. A good read and a good read by the big blind to just go, no, do you know what, if you have it, you have it. And every time I see this in Kings, when people get moved to the table, I have to wonder, and I'd be very suspicious if they didn't have previous history together. You don't just pull out a play like that on the turn. It's all about knowing your customer. And when you see those plays, it's like, these guys have played together before. And although I could be wrong, I just think when I see this, there has to be history to pull off a move. Most of the time. Some people just want to go bananas. The way he threw in that one white chip, quite comical. He looked at it and said, is that the one? Okay, right, let's go. Let's see the turn card. One more card, please, dealer. Nightlight checking the turn. Great turn card for Maradona. Maradona coming out with a size of 385k, and I really like this sizing. Nightlight doesn't have much going on here. Has turned a straight draw, but if you turn a straight draw here against a different opponent, sometimes they will just check it down on the river or give up or whatever. But against Maradona, you have to believe another barrel is coming. Like, Maradona, not the greatest of rivers for him. Deciding whether he should value bet or not. Jack might call for 1/3 sizing. I wouldn't like to see him go more than 420k here. 500k is the bet. I don't know what Nightlight is doing here. If he's cutting out raising chips, I absolutely love this. Thought crossed my mind a minute ago that if he was to check raise, knowing his opponent can pretty much never have an 8 here, checking the turn, you just wouldn't bet an 8 on the turn here. Unless you had ace-8, ace-jack. Sorry, ace-8 or jack-8. It wouldn't make sense. You could try to rep an 8 here. It would be a ridiculously sick move. But am I just getting a bit too giddy and excited here, wanting to see this happen? And how credible would it be? From the small blind, you're going to have a decent amount of 8x. Nightlight's intuition is definitely on point here. He's definitely considering a big move. He's not calling with Queen High. And this is a genuine tank. He's not posturing. I have to think that these guys have been playing together on an outer table. And if not in this tournament, then another one. He's been in the tank for a while now. It would just be such a sweet move. And sick. He wants to do it. The scratch on the head, that body language would indicate that you are not going to do that though. Unless it's like a fake tell. I don't know, this hand has been a bit like an onion. It's got layers and layers. Call would be his worst option. He hardly thinks queen high is good. He can fold and still have the guts of 100 big blinds. 1.8 million in the middle. Maradona going for very thin value on the river, but I can't blame him. You don't really want to check here and just not let a jack pay you off, or maybe a weaker pair. Oh, he wanted a jam so bad. I don't know if he had a raise as a smaller sizing than a jam. I'm very excited to see what Nightlight is going to do next. When there was a small bet on the river, I had been thinking in my head, this would be a sick move to just move all in, but I didn't acknowledge that to the chat because I just thought he was going to fold. But then when he went into the tank for that long, you need to have the heart and the commitment to make those moves. But to a certain degree, it's not that they're unnecessary, but when you have that kind of a stack, you don't really need to make those moves against a live wire at the table. Also, Maradona with the pretty queen, jack of hearts, taking it down. Nasiri raising to 155k from early position. Queen jack off suit. We've had decent few eliminations since. 85 players remaining now from a starting field of 2,915. Thanks for tuning in, Dark Angel. I'm sure we'll see you again soon. Have a good night. Robert raising from the button to 150k. 2.5 times the big blind. And Antonino flopping second pair. Okay kicker. But Robert with the ace jack offsuit. Middle pair. Top kicker. And a bet and a call. Turn coming the king of clubs. I believe this will be an action killer. 2 flush draws on board. But here we go again. It's the blocker bet. Small sizing blocker bet that you see on turns a lot these days. Our opponent leads into us. It's a great move for Tex against our opponents, realizing their equity. The river will go check here on the 7 of diamonds. Round to Robert in the cut-off. 4.5 million in his stack. No, guys, the entertainment is me as an Irishman trying to pronounce the players' names correctly. And if I did it correctly every time, there'd be no crack in that. I do love a good coffee myself. I'm more of a coffee drinker in the morning. I have a few in a row. I like green tea around this hour. Depends on my diet at the time. I don't drink tea with loads of milk, no. Absolutely no way. An update of the chip counts. Nightlight out in front, 87 big blinds. Short stack is HBKDX, 14 big blinds. And then we have a couple of stacks under the 20 big blind mark. Then that 38 big blinds for two-door Papa, 46 for Antonino. And then top three stacks all over 70 big blinds. I actually used to drink about 10 cups of tea a day, but after the lockdown, I got COVID myself and I could no longer taste tea properly. So now I have to be some form of a coffee addict for the first few hours of the morning anyway. And it makes me a bit sad because I absolutely love tea and have done for a couple of decades now. But then coffee became the tea and then I was drinking too much coffee. So everything is about balance, I suppose. That's right. And most of the tea you have around Europe is absolutely shite. Don't have the right tea bags, lads. You won't get far with that, like. That's right, says the Pat Mustard thing. I get you, but the rest of them won't get that joke. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I don't have a mustache and a bald head, so I don't know if I properly fit the profile, but who doesn't love a good shot of cow? Maradona with the wheel draw, standing the big blind from the hijack open. These are two very large stacks going at again, and I put my money on, if I was a gambling man, I would put my money on these lads have a bit of history together. But that's only my observation. Who's diving? Where are you diving? I'd dive into an Irish fry, and as long as it doesn't have a cup of milky tea, like, not too much milk in the tea, lads. Can't swim, can't drive, born to be alive. I'd look well in a squirrel suit. I'm 6'4". Look like a Polish Tyson Fury. Throw me off the edge of a cliff. See if it land. If we're getting into a plane and jumping out, I'd be wearing a bay mask anyway. That's for sure. And that will be part of the plan. Pocket Kings for Maradona. The Space Cowboys. I believe that's the first time we've seen them tonight. This is a quality spot for Maradona because he's been loosey-goosey and he hasn't been shy. Now he's picking up a real hand in the small blind. Just depends how believable this is. The remaining players. Now, this is a very painful spot for Tudor. Got to piece it together here. If Maradona has been bullying him significantly, I wouldn't blame like Tudor for even jamming. But we could let this go. If we'd less chips, you could just let it go. Maybe I think he's deep enough that he could just flat. Granted, we would love if our hand was suited, but you know, we can't have it all. But that's a great pass by Tudor. Our hand isn't playing that well. And it's very easy to just be like, oh, that 3-bet came from the small blind. He's dressed like a banana. He wants to have the crack, get a bit crazy. But our ace queen offsuit is not playing that well there. Elects to fold, and it's a good pass. It doesn't matter who we are. What matters is our plan. If I'm ever jumping out of an airplane, I'll have my bay mask on anyway. You can hold me to that. Yeah, you're right there. Who are you, donkey? It took me 10 or 12 streams to start being slightly funny. Trying to get to know ye, you know. 79 players remaining now. Ah, Bird, good to see you tuning in. Thanks for joining us. You're just in time. .50-minute levels here. Loads and loads of action to come from this event. This is probably the biggest event I've commentated on so far. You have to imagine how much play is involved. 2,915 entrants. And you can go anywhere in the world. I don't care where you are. Week in, week out. Non-stop action from King's Resort, and this time €162,000 for first for a €500 buy-in. That's astonishing, guys. Really and truly. Bird is doing what I believe to be some form of a wrestling impression. I can do Bruce Buffer, Joe Rogan, and one or two others. But I don't know about being theatrical now as like a JR from WWE back in the day. You can only commentate on one thing at a time. And the all-in from the Ace King of Diamonds. I'd be afraid to even climb a ladder there or fall through a table, get up on top of a cage. Fell through a roof, 35 foot onto my head when I was 17, so I haven't really been trying to get on with like large heights ever since, really. But I'd jump over a plane if I had to. Well, if you're ever looking for an English-speaking commentator for the MMA announcer in Kings, look no further. I do a great Bruce Buffer impression, but I'm not about to do it while I'm streaming poker. I'm not a chicken. Just, we can't do it all at once, sir. Well, great to see you getting the chat going. Brilliant. Sometimes it can be a bit dead. Keep the chat going. Get the buzz happening. I would jump out of a plane though, for sure. Definitely not afraid to do something like that. A very clumsy, big, uncoordinated dude. A bit like a silverback gorilla. Like a Polish Tyson Fury. So, a big frame, weigh nearly 265. So like I'm limited and I don't know if I want to get in a squirrel suit, for example. This is a bit of an action flop. Not a great flop for the nines, great flop for the King 10 of diamonds. Only an action flop really for the King 10. Open ender and the back doors. Decides to check. Turn coming to Queen. I would actually like to see Robert lead this turn. Kind of define his hand, you know, get people to fold like an ace high, or a hand like pocket nines that might call one street, but we have a lot of outs. "75 players remaining now. That river is a jack of diamonds. Robert checking again. Now, Antonino probably has to turn his hand into a bluff. Someone has to take initiative here. Now, I don't know what Robert's thinking. He has to believe his opponent will be value betting ace high. But the bet is quite small relative to the pot. He's getting great odds with his king high. It just depends what percentage of the time he thinks he's ahead. I don't know how I feel about this because great call by Robert, but Antonino's bet, if he bets larger, it makes it like almost less likely that he has a hand like ace high, and he's polarizing himself to a jack or a queen that he would have had to check back, which wouldn't be that credible. I would just like to know if Robert would have called a larger bet, like 650, in or around that mark. I'm very curious about this jumping out of the plane though, for sure. Is there like stepping stones? Could we do something less severe first? If I get the kings and things go well for me and win a trophy or something along those lines, I'd gladly jump out of a plane. I'd rather jump out of a plane with no parachute after losing all my money, or I've won a trophy and jump out of a plane naked with a bay mask on. If neither of those things happen, then just do it normally. But they're the two polar options, really. And look, this time the Space Cowboys for Antonino and Maradona with ace queen of clubs, this time 3-betting to 330k. But like, what happens? You jump with no parachute, then what happens? Like, I mean, what are you asking for? I don't understand. Like, surely you need a safety net. It's a huge action. You better trust that you're going to fall on the safety net. I don't need a parachute, baby, if I got you. Yeah, this is going to be action here, but Robert does not want to get in that many big blinds. Not against Maradona, anyway. necessarily. Most likely has to get in against Antonino. But the dynamic and the action here, it's not that easy. He has raised from under the gun. He's got 3-bet. Roberts just called. He's most likely just going to shove. If he was to go for a smaller sizing, which he has, I feel personally that this looks way too strong. But there's some sickos out there that will just make it 850k here and fold. The more I think about it, I actually slightly retract my statement because both of these players have over 4 million. If you're ever going to make a move that was designed to look stronger than it was, these are the stacks you would want to do it against. If you make a 4-bet to 850k and your opponent has a million or less behind, you're pretty much pot committed. But on the flip side of that, I don't think he's raising under the gun a 3-bet and a call from the small blind and then just coming over the top for a smallish sizing, leaving himself at 1.5 million behind. I'm just going to throw it out there. The severity of how strong that 4-bet looks, I would not be shocked to see a fold from Ace-King offsuit. But the price he's getting and the pot odds, might just see him put it. Want to see a flop perhaps? Great fold with the ace queen. Very, very difficult to fold with ace king from the small blind here. I don't blame him for calling, getting great odds. You don't really want to jam all in. It just looks so strong from under the gun. And a fold will be exceptional. Exceptional. So he has gone for see the flop. I have to commend Robert here. He saved himself 1.5 million because many a man, woman or child would just stick it in pre-flop there with the ace king. However, a 4-bet to 850k has to indicate a lot of strength, especially when you're doing it against two opponents that both have over 4 million. E.g. 70 to 80 big blinds. Interesting hand there anyway. Now chat, had he just moved all in over the top for 40 big blinds, do you think the small blind would have folded with ace king offsuit? If there's one thing I've learned in my 15 years of playing poker, ace king is not a trapping hand. And it gets overplayed significantly. But on the flip side, you're never that far behind with ace king, are you? I used to think pocket jacks were overrated until there was no ace on the flop. I like Bird's comment, like the raise to 850k there just looks so strong. And you're probably not messing about there, like into two opponents to have you covered. But even if you jam, Are you getting called for 2.2 to 2.5 million of your 5 million stack? I think he'd less. Well, in a structure like this, where it's almost an hour blinds, like, you can just fold ace king and still have X amount of chips or X amount of big blinds. My ego comes into play when I'm playing online. Sure, I can't fold that, it's ace king. But when you are playing live at the King's Resort in Rozvadov with 74 players remaining, and you've got a healthy, chunky chip stack, you're not looking to give half it away with a coin flip or a situation that feels wrong to you. And that, I feel, is the difference. I've struggled with that over time, trying to make the adjustments to realize you're not playing online right now, you're playing live. And you can't just load up another run where your last 100 in a casino in the middle of Europe playing for serious sums of cash. That has to be taken into consideration. Going for a small walk myself, giving you some food for thought. Hope you're enjoying all the action so far. We are going to go on a very short break after this hand. I'm really loving the chat tonight in the Twitch stream. Thanks for joining us. Keep it going. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned for more action coming live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Be back between 10 and 15 minutes.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets. The biggest poker names. 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8. Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets, the biggest poker names, 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8. Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets, the biggest poker names, 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8. Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets, the biggest poker names, 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8. Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
Hello and welcome back. The Euro Poker Millions Day 2 live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Hopefully as they're still staying tuned in. Lots more action to come. I am your host and commentator for the duration of the Euro Poker Millions. My name is Action Dan. Dan Rankin, delighted to be here with you. The average stack is now approaching 2.4 million. 74 players still remaining. Maradona, the big hand under the gun to start the action. And the exact same hand, although a little bit prettier looking, right beside him, Michael. This will surely just go all in, and almost all of the time you'll be looking at a chop pot. Take it down to Splitsville. Basically, a flip that will end up in a chop almost all of the time. You wouldn't really want to see it any other way. Yes. The ace king was trying to break his heart. I like this Maradona guy though. I love anyone at a table that I just want to see what they're going to do next. Very unpredictable. Alright, and some form of the hiccups. He has had a few big hands, but it doesn't tell the full story. But one would have to wonder, with a name like Maradona, does he get happy feet? Is he like playing samba underneath the table when he's got a big hand? Only time will tell. I do love his yellow hoodie, but I guess it's just image and telling a story. Like, I don't want someone who just come and playing lace to the table, although they could be the person that would play the best poker in the world. What you wear and how you present yourself tells everything to the players around you. So that got my attention because it's like, okay, I want to see what this character is going to do. I do love a yellow hoodie, but I want to get some of these king hoodies. Get the merchandise. Start repping it. I was wearing poker merchandise 15 years ago when I was 17. You can do the maths and figure out what age I am now. Now, I was dressed in all white, full tilt poker. I had a hat, a t-shirt and a hoodie. They used to laugh at me. Call me the Great White Hope. Didn't buy merch that was poker orientated for a while after that. stuck to funny t-shirts that had silly messages. Didn't mean to give away my age on stream. I like to be a bit mysterious. Age is just a number. It would be on the bucket list though, who are you donkey, to jump out of a plane for sure. Without a parachute now, I mean, you want to trust yourself. Not against doing that, but it is nice to have a little safety net. To be fair, I wouldn't be one for backup plans. I'm an all or nothing kind of a guy. There's that line between chaos and order, like, how far is too far? You have to really, really trust your body and your instincts. But I would be a gambling kind of a man. Stay till the job's done. And there's loads of ways I could take this conversation. Say we were playing Mario Kart, I would be Bowser, barely able to fit in the cart. And feeling a bit awkward. The idea of mountain biking to me would be quite scary. But I like that adrenaline, that rush. But there's layers to that adventure game. I mean, the squirrel suits have to be up there. That's crazy. There has to be a limit to your, you have to fall into your skill set at some stage, like your frame and demographic, your weight, all that has to come into play. Like, I'd be a bit of a wild card. I could just like suddenly jump out of my skin and move my body sideways, and don't know if it'd be that good of an outcome. Like, the risk to reward here does not seem that great. Like, what do you get on the other side? Like, you mentioned a deep dive earlier, so you go from jumping out of a plane into a deep dive water experience. You do the two at once. Well, I think it might be a very good idea to have a little meeting or a chat with the head honchos, King's Resort, whoever. Poker players love adrenaline, they love a thrill, and maybe fit it in on their day off. there's a lot of downtime when you're waiting for your day 2 if you've made it through. You can't just play poker every single day when you're on a month-long festival. And it would be like really cool to be able to have the option to do these activities you're talking about. Because it's not something someone would just like, oh, today I'm going to jump out of a plane or go diving or whatever the case may be. My adrenaline, though, is building a huge chip stack in a major event, and that is what we're going to focus on for the meantime. One of my favourite thrills and rushes for sure. I've built many a stack online, took down many a tournament with large fields, but it still eludes me 15 years of playing poker to win a live event and have a trophy in my hand. That can be the difference sometimes between 5th, 4th, 2nd, 3rd. You rack up those 8s or 9s and it's all about getting back in there and going again. Easy to do online when you're mass multi-tabling, but to do it live time and time again. So much commitment involved. Yeah, the live score bothered me for a long time, but you know, I've had loads of success online. Kind of not playing so much online at the moment for various reasons. But I really enjoy playing live at the moment. Where before, when I was playing live consistently, it always seemed like that was my time away from poker, as in playing online. And if I'm going to be honest, I don't think I took it as serious as I should have or could have. But when you rack up that many hours and games in a month online, and you get to play live and you get to see your friends have a beer, you're not really in full-blown, I want to play more poker mode. Yes, we will see how things plan out. That is something I've been targeting in my head. If I don't go this year, I will definitely be making it my priority next year. I have a lot of external family things going on at the moment, so it's not my main priority. However, I really love playing live at the moment. I'm looking forward to getting back and seeing Kings in all its glory. It was an unbelievable place to visit, and that was a good few years ago while it was still being built. Maradona, King, Queen of Hearts, one of my favourite hands in the deck, for sure. Bit of a history lesson for you. There are 4 kings in the deck, and the King of Hearts was a Spanish king in the 1700s. He's called the Suicidal King because his queen betrayed him. Do like a Jack-9 of spades though also. I like Maradona's flat. You could easily just 3-bet this one, but doesn't need to. Can play in position. Be a flop. Good flop for Maradona. Robert going to continue for a smallish sizing. Don't mind the continuation bet, but you have to realise who you are betting into. A far larger stack. A player who has shown that he doesn't like to just fold hands. Robert reaching again. Second barrel from Robert. I do believe we will see Maradona call a second time. It all depends how he views his opponent. But if he thinks his opponent is competent in any way, he will come to the realization that Robert will be most likely barreling on an ace turn. Wow. Maradona letting that one go. Giving Robert plenty of credit there with the double barrel. Maradona, the chip leader at the table with 76 big blinds. Two stacks with 50 to 60 bigs, and then we've got 32 bigs for Tudor, 27 for Antonino, 14 for Nasiri, HB KDX with 13 bigs, and the only player at the table under 10 big blinds is Michael. Bird, if I remember correctly, you're tuning in from America. If I'm wrong, my apologies. Actually, no, it's not you. It's the other person that tunes in at the same time with you. I remember thinking this last Sunday. Something Mountain. Americans. We think they're great, Apocalypse. Where would we be without them? Hijack. Queen Deuce of Diamonds, top pair. Nightlight. Just deciding to defend. Complete a small blind. No Apocalypse. There was another person. I think it was a mountain climber. He tunes in and around the same time. That's right. It's a weird, a strange line from the pocket fours of Nightlight. Nightlight just wanting to get the showdown out. Very bad run out for pocket fours. Maradona deciding whether he wants to value bet. I think it's a good check behind. Yeah, the board's not great for betting on the river there with top pair with a very bad kicker. The worst kicker you can have, a deuce. I keep thinking back to that hand earlier where I believed our opponent was going to turn an 8 into a bluff and he tanked for about 2 to 3 minutes in the small blind. We can really put our opponent in really difficult decisions when we jam like that, repping such a thin range. But it has to be credible. And I mentioned how much I love playing live, but you don't have a HUD. You don't know how many hands or what history is available to you. And I like that about it. I like that dance. It's a bit poetic. More based on feel and in the moment. I think that's been lost in poker a good bit over time. Here we go. The pocket rockets under the gun. Raising to just over the min raise to 230k. Playing almost $1 million behind. with the defend from the King 9 of clubs. Not a great flop for either player. Antonino with a good shot. With the aces. Just want to bet call this off. Just decides to go for it all. $60 players remaining now. Small blind 40k, big blind 80k with an 80k running big blind ante. HB. I'm just going to call him HB because HB KDX is a bit of a mouthful. He has just over 10 big blinds. And getting those blinds and antes added to your stack is absolutely huge at this stage. Nearly 20% of your stack you're adding. A lot of wrestling fans in the chat last few weeks, and I feel like I'm just going to have to start watching WWE again. But I am an MMA enthusiast, so it was far from ladders and chairs I was reared. I used to love Shawn Michaels, actually. It's kind of like I used to love WWE when I would have been around the same time that Manchester United were brilliant with Peter Schmeichel in goals. It's like if I just started tuning into WWE tomorrow, would I find it as interesting? Probably not, right? Antonino, 7-6 of diamonds on the button. I think Vince has made his money at this stage. Great career for the man, fair play to him. Maradona checking his second pair over to his opponent. The 7-6 of diamonds. One of the better hands we can bet this flop with. Dry. We've a lot of back doors. The big blind's defending range shouldn't be containing much 3x. Some 8x. Maradona electing to raise this flop. Very small. And this is his way of taking control of the hand. Denying equity to our opponent. Also controlling the size of the pot. My go-to would just be to call the flop. But I like the way Maradona has been playing so far. Nice. Watching this guy play poker kind of makes me want to have a yellow hoodie. Not gonna lie. I like cool hoodies, but I prefer cool t-shirts. I always just end up taking the hoodie off. Well, you don't even know when my birthday is. Two ladies here for Victor from early position, playing just under 25 big blinds. You're looking at the king, eh? Now Michael is seizing this opportunity to go all in with his last 5 to 6 big blinds, having posted the big blind and the ante. But it's a bit ambitious. Seems a tad impatient. Two connector is not the worst to do it with. Running into the two ladies of Victor. Just a little bit too much chips. better spots will come along there. White light raising under the gun, ace 10 off suit. We will see the flop. Queen, 5-4, 2 diamonds. Nightlight with the betting lead. Great flop for 2-door. Albeit the raise has come from under the gun. Two-door just deciding what way to play this. Has decided to fold his top pair. These are the kind of things you see when players are this deep in tournaments like this. The raise has come from under the gun, which has indicated a large amount of strength. These players have been playing many hours for 2 days now, and it is impossible to make that many decisions without getting fatigue. And although I don't know either of the players, sometimes sitting in the seat, the moment can kind of get to you and we overthink the situation and hijack our brain into thinking our opponent has to have a stronger hand than we do. It's the folly of all men. I am not defending or condoning the big blinds fold. You should definitely, at a minimum, be calling on the flop, but he's just overthought the situation decided his opponent was way stronger than he was, and has gone with the read that he has better hands he can call down with. That's what I like about live poker. It's all about being in the moment and the feel of how every hand is different, every single hand. It's all about resetting your brain. Like Federer or Djokovic, you reset every single point. That point's over now, it's the next hand, the next point, the next shot, whatever the case may be. And another small thing I'll say about that particular hand and situation, although we are playing scared if we just fold the flop after defending a hand like Queen 8 suited and flop top pair, it plays in our mind that this player is going to put us to the test on the turn and the river, which can often be the case, and therefore we just decide to get out of danger on the flop, so we're not faced with large turn and river decisions. And that is what separates the men from the boys sometimes. It can be quite intimidating. So many hands you're playing against people and it's like, okay, I'm calling on the flop, not knowing whether you're going to face more action on the turn or the river. But that intimidation factor comes into play when you know when you're calling the flop, you are going to face more barrels on the turn and river. That's when you've got to have balls. Because if he calls on the flop with Queen 8 of clubs there, top pair 8 kicker, knowing already after telling himself that he's going to fold on the river, that he's actually saving money instead of him calling the flop in the turn. Nice 3-bet here from Victor from the big blind. And another side point to that as well, if you are going to defend, and it doesn't have to be top pair, but if you call flop and turn, and in your head you've made up your mind that you're going to call the river, and then decide to go against your gut instinct on the river and fold, well, that can lead to many a sleepless night. Nice 3-bet there, taking it down. The all-in from HB with ace queen offsuit. Nightlight asking for a count. Difficult enough decision for Nightlight, but I feel his hand strength is ahead of the overall range from the all-in player. And the turn is a 6 of clubs. HB in great shape to just double up here. He does do just that. Yeah, very good point, Apocalypse. I really do love doing this. It means sacrificing playing online on Sundays and Mondays, but I've played enough games online well over a decade, and I enjoy learning more about live poker, the game itself, and it's a great experience. Updated the chip counts, you can see Maradona chip leader with 90 big blinds, short stack 14 bigs, couple of stacks in between that 20 to 40 big blind mark, and Robert with 54 bigs. Card dismantling. I dismantled a few cards in casinos over my time. Dismantled a few chip stacks. Also built a few else on the flip side. You'd miss me if I was gone though. Who you are, donkey? Who are you, donkey? What have I done? I could go silent for a while there, then you'd be missing me fairly quick, I'd say. I don't exactly have a co-host, so it's like, hey, what do you think about this? Oh, I like it that way. Get to interact with the chat. Right, Apocalypse. We're going to make this happen. This isn't a joke. I'm not messing out. I love wearing a Bane mask. Like, we push him out of the plane while I'm wearing the Bane mask. Someone's going to have a gun as well. Someone will have to be under the gun. Or perhaps he's wondering. Not time for impressions. Not quite. Maradona raising to 225k from under the gun. It would be extremely painful for you. Heads up to the flop. Ace Queen dominating the Ace Jack on 10-7-3. Two clubs. Maradona with the Queen of clubs. Checking over to his opponent. When the lockdown happened, I said, as soon as this is lifted, the next time I'm at a live poker tournament, I'm wearing my Bay mask. I really, really wanted to do it, like, but too much. It's too uncomfortable. You can't talk properly, or it's not sustainable, is what I'm trying to say. But if you're at a final table, it'd be pretty funny to do for a few minutes. Just an alternative towards wearing a face mask, you know? Turn the 5 of diamonds. Maradona playing the flop, cautiously checking over to his opponent. Certainly not with the intention of just check folding. Turn that river, the 8 of diamonds goes quickly, check. 57 players remaining now. Tudor Popa under the gun, picking up ace king offsuit. King 10 of hearts for Nightlight. And Antonino deciding ace 9 offsuit on the button. And a rejam for 1.5 million. The music theatrically playing in the background at Kings. Bit of posturing here from Nightlight, trying to make himself look tighter than he did defend from early position. There's an all-in and a call. Perhaps there's a pay jump I'm not aware of, but he will clearly be folding. Two off a pay jump, but it was a bit ambitious him defending from an early position raise with King 10 of hearts. That enticed Antonino to rejam from the button with all that money in the middle. However, he's ran into it. The flop is Queen, Jack, 6, Rainbow. Antonino needing a 9. Turn the Queen of hearts. And the river's the 9. Wow. Wow, I was not expecting that at all. What a hit for Antonino. He should be thanking his lucky stars. What a river. You should be a little bit happier about that river. Doubles ups and some. All the play for now. Ace king of diamonds for Victor under the gun. Min raised to 200k. Defend from Nightlight with Queen 6 of diamonds. Flop of 9, 7 deuce, 1 diamond. And a bet of 1 big blind, 100k chip. A call from Nightlight. Slightly aggressive throwing the chips towards the dealer. That turn doesn't really change much. 3 of hearts. And here we see it again, the donk on the turn, leading into our opponent. Victor, a non-believer, coming along for the small sizing to see the river. The river is the 10 of clubs. Nightlight betting again, this time 350k. That river card favouring him and his range from the big blind more than Victor's. And Victor letting it go. Nice play by Nightlight. Check calling on the flop, then donking the turn and betting again on the river. That will get the job done, and that will do. And you can see by our graphics, the blinds are up. Small blind 50k, big blind 100k, with a 100k running big blind ante. Bit of action developing here. Robert raising under the gun to 250k with pocket tens. Nightlight calling into small with 9-7 of clubs. Maradona completing with king-9 of spades. Playing a stack of over 7 million now is Maradona. Not a great flop for 2-10s, but we got the betting lead. Putting in a small feeler. Nightlight calling the 250k bet to see the turn card, which is the 8 of diamonds. Robert betting again. $450k this time. Nightlight calling. This pot is now 2.4 million. River pairing the board with the ace of hearts. You know what? Robert played that brilliantly. Got some extra value on the turn, 450k. Could have just checked behind. Knew exactly where he was at. And well executed. Good night, Donkey. Thanks for joining us. You've been a great sport. We'll talk to you tomorrow, sir. Antonino raising from early position with king 8 of spades. Button calling with ace 9 offsuit. Big blind getting an amazing price with the ace 6 of diamonds. Comes along for the ride. Flop jack 7-5, 1 diamond. Checks all the way around, and the turn very favourable for Robert. However, Nightlight having him out kicked. And it's Antonino that decides to take a stab at it, not knowing the strength of both of his opponent's hands. Getting called by both. 1.4 million in the pot now as we hit the river, which is the 10 of clubs. They all check it down. Nightlight will add 1 million to his stack there. Nice little pickup for him. And 69. 51 players remaining. What an event. The Euro Poker Millions. Smashing the prize pool. So an all-in from Tudor from the hijack for 6 big blinds, 600k with 7-3 diamonds. A relatively quick call from the cutoff from Nightlight with Queen Jack offsuit. Fair fight. 7-3 diamonds. Not doing too great until they hit the flop, but lots of outs now. 9-8-5, 2 diamonds. In the turn, the king of clubs. 7-3 diamonds needing help now. We'll see the river. River is the king of spades. No good. Tudor Popa eliminated. Nightlight gets a little bit richer. There's an update of the chip counts. Rafael Zambo, 83 big blinds, 8.4 million. Maradona on his heels. Robert with 51 big blinds. Nightlight with 40. Antonino with 30. Victor 23. HB with 21. And our short stack at the table, just over 10 big blinds. Nasiri. Raised to 260k from under the gun for Nasiri. The ace-9 of diamonds. The problem is he only has 845k behind. The hijack deciding to come along with 10-8 offsuit, which will bring in the big blind with king-jack offsuit. Almost $1 million in this pot as we go to the flop. And it is the hijack that's going to take the initiative here with 10 high, betting 175k. Antonino, we've seen him make a play a few hands ago, and his intuition is indicating that Nightlight's C-bet of 175k is somewhat weak. He has decided to use his king-jack offsuit as a raise. What is going on here? Genuine tank, it felt like. I feel like he was thinking about doing something. Decides to let it go. Great read by Antonino. And the man of the hour, Maradona. Ace king off suit under the gun. Huge stack of 7 million. Raising to 230k. We have to remember, Antonino hit that huge river with the 9 a little while back, like, and that'll give him some confidence going forward. Not afraid to get involved, that's for sure. Field sizes just dipped under 50 players remaining. I feel like the chat has died off slightly since we lost our Who Are You Donkey? But it's okay, you still have That Will Do Pig, me here as your host and commentator. Nightlight raising to 200k. The 2 ladies for HB. Just over 20 big blinds. I was going to say he can choose a 3-betting size that doesn't look too strong. I like this. Can't make it much more. Don't want to be making it much less. Yes, Tall Mountain, you're from the States. I was, that's the second time I seen Bird in the chat and I was saying, oh, you're from the States, but it was you that was telling me you're from the States. Yeah, because I had awareness and acknowledgement when we were doing that giveaway last Monday that I wanted to make sure you knew that you wouldn't be able to get shipped if you won to the US. Guys, I'm a bit speechless. That's a pretty sick fold. Pretty sick fold there now. Aye, that's right. Do I know you in real life? I feel like we need to put a face to the name at some stage. Presume you mean RTA is in like that the thing about cheating. Here we go. The Space Cowboys are out again. The Pocket Kings. Here's the 200k. Rafael Zambo coming along the big blind, playing a stack of 8.2 million. Actually, the graphics are telling me he's 3-bet to 1.1 million. No, I spent so many years online playing mass multi-tabling that, like, after doing it through the pandemic, I kind of wanted to stop looking at a screen for a while. So that was my decision, to follow Finton around with his tour. But I still love playing online. I don't feel the same about a series being on. Like, there's just always something on. I was just obsessed with playing online for years and years and years. I want to give the live circuit a go for a couple of years. Lipswell, yeah, I'd be the exact same. I'm a pure Ghost Malone. I barely ever chat the box. I actually sent a message to Sven when I seen him grinding last night. I was delighted to see him back streaming. So. I'm from the Midlands, originally from Dublin. Spent many years in Galway. Moved to Berlin, then to Glasgow, and then back home. Strange, like, he put in 1.1 million and it was only 1.4 more to call. Like, I don't think the Jack 5 of clubs is priced in, not when you weigh up his jamming range over that, like, but it's a hefty chunk of it. Yeah, it was a strange big blind play, but that looks really strong. Simply because he's put in 1.1 million, and when he jams 2.5 million total, like, it's only 1.4, so he has to know before he jams over the top that the big blind is mostly going to be priced in, and that gives the illusion of you being stronger than you are. I don't really think I'm overthinking things here. Like, it has to be very specific 4-betting range, knowing that you've very, very little fold equity. just ran into the absolute top of his range. To be careful though, playing live for sure. Original Muffin is on about misclicks. Like I have misclicked more times online than I ever want to remember. But then when it happens live, it's just like, oh my god, I'm only playing one table. Why am I not paying attention? These things happen. The open ender for Rafael Zambo. Not much going on for Nightlight or Maradona. This is a classic case of the imposition, going to fire out with C-bet into two opponents. The open ender not going to go anywhere. Maradona not going to be checking against two opponents in position on the button. Zambo just wanting to see a river here. Control the size of the pot. Zambo realizing that King High is not going to win a showdown. Bets 1 mil and takes it down. Update the chip counts. Not too much has changed. Zambo out in front. Maradona closely followed. Robert with 50 bigs. HB 37. Antonino 37. Nightlight 30. Victor 23. And Nasiri by far our short stack at the table with 5 bigs. Very easy to misclick playing live. Mistaking one chip for another. Happens all the time. You just feel so stupid after it. Nasiri moving his last 6 big blinds in the middle with 10-7 of diamonds. Zambo calling. 1.4 million in the pot. Nasiri at risk. Jack 4 deuce, 1 diamond. Sambo way out in front. Turn coming to 5 of spades. Ten or a 7 needed for this area. The 8 is not going to do it. Blinds are up. Small blind 60k, big blind 120k. With 120k, big blind running ante. .46 players remaining now, and we will play down to the last 24 tonight. .45 players remaining now. Every player now guaranteed €3,545. Thank you, Johan. Either one that comes first. We play this level and then 2 more levels, is that correct? And a big long day ahead tomorrow then. Good card on the turn for Robert. Pair of 6s for Nightlight, but he's not exactly loving this board. Check from Robert. Nightlight with the option. Probably knowing his pair of 6s is no good a showdown. Might be trying to get his opponent off a 10 or a 7. Good check back, I think. Good river for Robert. Did have a massive draw. Interesting to know if the river had come a different card. Would we have seen a big barrel? I think so. It will be a long day, but I really enjoy the Mondays as we play down to the final table. The dynamic always around those tickets that I'm always finding myself mentioning. It's so interesting, you know, because it's unique enough. In all my years of playing poker, you're not normally playing for that €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket on top of it. It's a very large ticket to be playing for. And this particular event has 12 of them. Min raise from Anthony Nutt. Call from Nightlight. King Queen offsuit. Lovely Jack 10 of diamonds for Robert. Just wants to call here, getting that kind of a price. Now HB needs to put down the hammer here with Ace King offsuit. Look how much money is already in the middle. Yeah, great move. Take down that million that's already in the middle. No point in dicking around, putting in 30 or stack. They're clearly going to call it off anyway. Just shove it all in now. Take down all that juice. Such a great time to pick up a superior holding like Ace King in the big blind. With a raise and two calls ahead of you. You got the blinds and antes. We'll see some posturing from Robert, but he can't possibly call 3 million of his 6 million stack with Jack 10 of diamonds. defend from Antonino with king 10 offsuit. 6, 5, 4. 2 diamonds, very wet board. This kind of flop favors the big blinds range. But that's not going to stop Cardano from betting 350k. Does get the bet through, however. Down to the button for HB. Ace 5 offsuit. Eyeing up the stacks of the small and big blind. Raising to 260k. Nice hand for Reeves to defend in the big blind. Queen 9 offsuit. Ace 4, 3, 2 spades. Nothing there for Reeves. Good flop for HB. For HB, most likely just a bet call. Top pair, good shot, straight draw, raising from the button. Can't ask for much more. Not sure what Reeves is doing here, but gotta admire this. With a stack of 1.5 million, he's raising to 450k. Not believing the button. And HB lucky enough to slap the flop in the face like he did. I was not expecting Reeves to raise here. Especially when he's playing a stack of under 15 big blinds. If I was HB there, I'd probably just would have put the hammer down, moved all in. Reeves in a very awkward spot now. Can't really bluff jam on this texture. He raised on the flop to see where he was at. He got his answer and he's shutting down. HB most likely should just move all in here. Not much merit in checking behind. The pot is already 1.6 million. The stack to pot ratio doesn't really indicate betting any less than all in. I admire anyone that tries to make a play there. Very unfortunate that he runs into his opponent on the button having top pair and a good shot. The average stack now over 4 million. 43 players remaining. The pocket fours will take that one down. Zambo playing a stack of over 9 million. I predict it's going to be an interesting last few levels. Some big stacks at this table, some interesting characters. People ain't shy. Maradona getting to work with the King 6 off suit in the small blind. 42 players now remaining. All players now guaranteed over €4,000. Original Muffin says every time he tunes in, people try to come up with ridiculous plays while having the most irrelevant holdings. You do make a fair point, and you are a regular of this stream, but you have to admire the fact that they're not nits and they're going for it. Makes for exciting television. Someone asked earlier about creating a King's Resort mobile app. I think that could be a great idea, lads. You'd have all your information there. This is a great spot for HB. Ace Jack 7. King Queen needing serious help. King needed at Kings, or Reeves will be gone. Turn to 4 of hearts. The river is the deuce. Thank you, Apocalypse, once again. I will see you tomorrow for a long stream, sir. Great to see the players laughing at the table, having the crack. $4.2 million now, the average stack. Yeah, I've commentated since the start of the summer. However, I think this is the biggest one I've commentated on. And that means there's going to be a lot more chips in play. Tomorrow could be a long, long day. It's going to be very interesting when there's the last two tables, 16 players or 18 players, somewhere around that range. The dynamic when there's 12 packages up for grabs, not just 6. What a flop for Zambo. Maradona with a piece of it. $275 from Maradona. Sambo with an amazing flop. Top pair, lovely flush draw. Just a call. And I like that. A lot of players would raise this up. You don't want to be getting in for stacks with 6 million. You have 8.5 yourself, but okay to pot control. Hearn giving him 2 pair, an open ender to Maradona. Although his open ender not great with 2 flush draws on board. Wow. That's a raise and a half. 1.8 million. Maradona betting again on the turn to get value from heart or clubs. Also equity denial. And it kind of, in a way, gives him a free river. Instead of checking over to Zambo, Zambo can put in a large bet and then Maradona doesn't get to see a river card. But I'm not sure what he's doing here. Surely he's posturing. He done this earlier in the hand also, where he wasn't a believer and eventually folded. But here, he must just not want Zambo to be running all over him. There's no move the 8-7 of diamonds can make there. You just have to say, nice hand, sir. Nice play by Zambo. Kind of just want to take it down on the turn there. Obviously, he's ready to play for stacks with 2 pair and a flush draw. Just look at that money for making the final table. Well over €10,000. And you're secured that ticket also. Astonishing value for a €500 buy-in. €162,000, 500 for first. Title of the Euro Poker Millions champion. Massive. Victor from the small there. Has a hand he could rejam, but the raise came from early position. Gives respect, lets it go. Antonino checking. Second pair, top kicker. Not much going on for the deuces here. You're going to have to make it convincing. And he does make it convincing. Getting Antonino to fold his pair of eights, the top kicker. Interesting from Cardano. Expected to see a call on the turn. That bet of 650k will get the job done. Maradona from early position, ace-9 offsuit. Chips you see in front of the players. The orange chips are 5k. The green chips are 25k. The white chips are 100k. And I'm not sure if they're in play yet, but when you see the big purple chips, they are $500,000 each. HB in the small blind here. Queen 8 offsuit. Will complete. Antonino just moving all in. Taking it down. Zambo now, 10 million. Massive stack. Way out in front. Couple of stacks in between that 40 to 50 big blind range. Antonino with 20, Victor with 17, and our short stack is Nightlight with 12. Forty players remaining. Here's our chip leader under the gun. Ace 5 offsuit. Raise to 250k. Takes it down. Cardano under the gun. King Jack offsuit. 250k to go. Robert in the hijack. One of my favorite hands in the deck. Jack 10 of diamonds. King Queen offsuit for HB. Decides to get out of the way. Now Zambo in the big blind. Calls 130k more. Queen 8-3, 2 clubs. Good shot for Robert. Backdoor clubs for Zambo. It is Cardano to bet. Cardano betting 280k. Robert calling. Zambo wants to see a turn. 1.8 million in this pot already. Turn is the 8 of hearts. You know what? I love it. I absolutely love it. I have an 8 and you don't. Bang. 2 million. Not messing around. Okay, guys. I tried to have unbiased commentary around here, but I'd be lying if I didn't say I didn't have a little piece of my heart for this fella. He's got all the tools. I'm excited to see what he does next, and that's what we love. Bit of speech play after it as well. Give me those chips. Light, all in, under the gun, ace queen offsuit. Well, yeah, well, that's the thing. You don't just get 10 million chips from being shy at the table. Cardano gets out of the way. Rambo on the button. 100 big blinds. Just decides to limp this one. Cardano has bumped it up to 400k, and I think this is an ideal spot for Nightlight to go all in. Zambo has limped. Cardano has isolated. There's a lot of money out there up for grabs. He knows what he's meant to do. His body language was indicating that he was going to fold, and then he decided he was going to grab his chips, so I was a bit confused. And Sambo calls. We're going to see a flop. 1 million in the middle. Jack, 10, 5, 2 clubs. Sambo with the flush draw. Cardano checking over to Zambo. The turn, the Queen of Hearts. Cardano with the delayed c-bet. Sambo with the call. The river. 8 of diamonds. Cardano knows he can't win by checking, but this board is terrible. Yes, Sambo. Sambo goes for it straight away. I love it. Okay, guys, you heard the man. We are going to go on a short break. Stay tuned for more action live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets, the biggest poker names, 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8. Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets, the biggest poker names, 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8. Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets, the biggest poker names, 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8. Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets, the biggest poker names, 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8. Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. The final 2 levels of the Euro Poker Millions Day 2. Late night, midnight action, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Zambo out in front, 79 big blinds. Nightlight with 9, and everything in between. There is a big discrepancy between the short stack and the big stack. Rafael Zambo way out in front. And I'm not going to lie, like, I can't wait to see what he does next. Get a buzz. Hearing him talking hands. Twice he's just banged the hammer down on the turn in multi-way pots. What's not to like? Appreciate you all tuning in late on a Sunday night. Hopefully you are entertained. Really funny, interesting table for the last 2 levels. A lot of times towards the end of the day, people get very calm and complacent. I'm hoping it's going to be a little bit of the opposite here. We have a lot of characters at this table. Might like jamming with King 6 offsuit from the small blind. Victor making the standard call with Ace Jack in the big. This is a really good example of you can play for 2 days. You shove in the small standard, you've got King High, you get snapped by Jack, Ace Jack. And that's the way it goes sometimes. I'd much rather bust like this than a triple barrel bluff that goes wrong, or a hand that sticks in my head that I play poorly. At least if you bust that way, you know you can't give out to yourself. You done all you could. They woke up with it in the big blind. Nightlight 89 will be eliminated in 40th place. I enjoyed watching him play. There was a hand where he tanked on the turn for 2 to 3 minutes. I really felt like he was going to just go for it and rep the 8. Wasn't the greatest spot for him to do it, but he really, really wanted to do it. Went against his gut instinct after 2 or 3 minutes. And those are the decisions that play in your mind late on. HB putting it together from under the gun. Playing a stack of nearly 6 million now. King Jack offsuit. Over defense for 190k more. King 10 7 rainbow. Good flop for HB. Top pair, decent kicker. Bet will take that one down. .38 players remaining now. Interesting to see how much the players tighten up, knowing they're this close towards a day 3. So much chips there for the taking over the next 2 levels. Some of my favourite time or dynamic in tournament poker is towards the end of a day. At some stage you have to take a stand and not let the big stack bully you. And as the big stack you can go a bit mad, but you have to rein it in at some stage, otherwise you could lose like a huge portion of your stack unnecessarily. Robert raising with ace-3 offsuit on the button. A defend from Antonino. Ace, 7, 6, 2 hearts. Good flop for Robert. Can opt to check back here with backdoor hearts, but no problem, just jam. Seems a little bit excessive, but deciding he wanted to play for it all. With the ace of hearts in his hand, I would prefer if he went for a smaller sizing. As an all-in there doesn't accomplish much. We're not going to get called by a 6 or a 7. We are not giving our opponent a chance to jam a draw, or lesser holding the ace 3. Lambo, one of the nicest hands in the deck. Queen, Jack of hearts. Maradona, 2 ladies. Is a great spot to 3-bet. However, sometimes I like to just call from the big blind here. Sky is the strength of our hand. Also, if our opponent from under the gun has a really strong holding, it's not the end of the world if we don't just get it all in pre-flop for like 40, 50 big blinds, queens against ace king. But we do get value with our 3-bet from jacks, 10s, maybe even 9s or 8s. Some suited hands exactly like the one he has. Maybe even ace 5 of hearts, something like that. Not the prettiest of flops for Maradona. Check, check. Turn is the deuce of diamonds. Very strong looking bet from Zambo. 3 pink chips, 1.5 million. That will get Maradona to let his queens go. Massive pick up there for Zambo. Would have maybe liked to see a c-bet from the pocket queens. However, he was trying to control the size of the pot. Zambo's big bet on the turn looked very strong. Managed to take that one down. Yes, Johan, he 2 checks over to him in a 3-bet pot. He has to take initiative on the turn. This goes back to a point I made earlier. If you call on the turn for 1.5 million against someone like Sambo, is he going to shut down? Is he just going to go nuts on the river? And that fear factor is huge sometimes, you know. Some players will allow you get the showdown cheaply, other players will not. The big stacks are going to pounce on any weakness they see over the next 2 levels. Maradona here with pocket 10s, HP with pocket 4s. Four ways to the flop. Ace, Jack, 9, 2 spades. Another good flop for Maradona's 10s. King Jack having middle pair with a good kicker. Checked all the way around to the turn. Lo and behold, Zambo wins another pot. Six players remaining out. All players guaranteed over €4,000. update on the chip counts. Zambo, massive chip leader at this table, having more than 50 big blinds than second place. HB with 37 big blinds, Robert 32, Maradona 29, Victor 19, Verdana 18, and Antonino with 13 big blinds. Maradona with the raise from the hijack with Queen 6 of hearts. Staying active. Not a good flop for 4-3 of hearts. Maradona's bet will take this one down. pocket seven's taking that one down. Hope you're all enjoying the action for the last two levels of the night. Ambo, pocket nines. Just deciding to limp. I always find it interesting when players start limping. Personally, with a stack like Zambo's, I just wouldn't be letting them see anything for free. I'll be punishing them, Zambo. However, he's just gone over the top. Zambo had a plan. He's executing it perfectly. If you're in Cardano's shoes, how strong does this look from Zambo? We haven't seen him do a single limp. He nearly has 100 big blinds. He limps and comes over the top. Just looks incredibly strong. And Cardano with a genuine decision, but I wouldn't think ace-10 off strong enough to call off your tournament here. Does anyone in the Twitch chat have any information on Rafael Zambo? He's not showing up on the Hen and Mob. I have no information about the man. But he don't mess around. I'm not gonna lie, guys, if I was in his shoes there and that raise came all in over the top, I'm not sure if I'd even call ace queen off there. Shouldn't be giving away my calling ranges, but just looks so strong. I can't say for sure, like, if I'm in the spot and it's how I feel, but I would not feel comfortable calling it off with ace queen there. Had I seen him limp a couple of times, maybe a different story, but I don't believe I've seen him limp for the entirety of this 104 hands. But he's not with us 104 hands, but since he's joined the table. Thank you for clarifying that he's Italian. He doesn't strike me as the kind of guy who's going to have a huge blow up either. He's not afraid of bluffing huge. So that kind of style has its ebbs and flows, upswings and downswings, but seems very calm and collected, and he's picking his spots. He's not afraid, like. And we've seen Antonino do this earlier with ace-9 offsuit, ran into ace-king, hit a 9 on the river. This is a new player at the table. He had Dan Bislaru. Good to see you back, Carthage Empire. You're one of their eggs. It's funny about pronunciations because a couple of weeks ago I googled how to pronounce the Chinese guy who, I believe he won or he came second. And I was trying to pronounce it correctly the whole stream, and everyone was like, call him Kevin. I was like, if I call him Kevin, they can't see that his name's Kevin. So just trying to meet people in the middle there. Like, he's actually not from there at all. I just like their play to do the talking. 100 big blinds for Zambo now. .35 players left now. Coming to the last 2 levels of the night. A bit more of this level and one more to go after that. That is playing in all the players' minds, like just want to bag up chips, get a bit of sleep, unwind. But at the end of the day, like, it is just the next hand when you come back. Psychologically, it's huge. You come back in the morning, you open your bag, you put out your chips. It is a huge element and dynamic of tournament poker. But you can't be fazed by it sometimes. You have to realise if you bust towards the end of the day, then so be it. It's not just bagging up chips and coming back for day 3 tomorrow. First to 12th in this tournament will all get a €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. And that kind of dynamic in these tournaments is unprecedented as far as I know. You just don't have that added value for this buy-in, this magnitude of field size. Sometimes I don't know how to commentate on how the players are feeling that close to that big of a ticket, because it is a huge portion of the place they're finishing in the tournament. They've come that far. You don't want to leave without a package. It can't be all your decision making. That's just too much fear involved. Just got to play your cards. It's going to be particularly interesting commentating tomorrow, because before it's been always 4 or 6 World Series of Poker Europe tickets, but tomorrow it's going to be 12. That makes that dynamic even more juicy. A lot of tickets. You play for 3 days, you're like a couple of people off it. You don't want to go home without the ticket. It nearly becomes more important than taking the title down. Round to Antonino. King 9 of spades. Raising to 325k. Round to Maradona. Pocket jacks. Well, sorry, it's taken from the prize pool, but it's still a massive dynamic to deal with mathematically with the ICM. When I say value, I just mean how much value it adds to the tournament and the structure and just like the whole title and the prize pool and everything combined. I'm not used to seeing the top 6 finishers in a tournament all getting a €10,000 ticket, let alone tomorrow it's going to be 12. So I'm not sure what to do in certain spots. I'd have to get my calculator out. What an opportunity to win one of those 10 grand tickets. Get over there and play such a huge event. That's what I mean by added value. World Series of Poker Europe will be going on for the guts of a month in the King's Resort. High-end levels for everyone. To the high rollers, to the lowest stakes. Something for everyone. Well, the World Series of Poker Europe is the second month. The first month we have the World Series of Poker circuit event. The moral of the story is non-stop action, always live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Zambo destroying the table, 102 big blinds, the closest to him 37, shortest stack 13. Expect Zambo to be getting quite aggressive towards the end of the day. Difficult decision here for Dan. Doesn't really want to be 3-betting, doesn't really want to be jamming, a little bit too much. But calling on the button, I think, is the best option here. Three players to the flop. Eight, 6, 4, 2 diamonds. Decent flop for the sevens. Zambo going for a bet of 1.8 million. This is sick stuff, lads. I honestly don't know what I do with pocket sevens here. You have a grey hand here with pocket sevens. You have a middle pair, good shot. But you can't just call 1.8 million. You have to play for it all here. I don't know what I do with these pocket sevens. It's a very difficult decision. Don't know if these guys have much history together. Thick stuff, lads. Just shows the power of being able to bet huge at this late stage of the day. Sambo turns it over. You gotta love it. What a boss. Great move. Might have got punished in a different situation with that large of a bet. You either play for it all or you have to fold. Blinds will be up. Next hand. 100k, small blind. 200k, big blind. With a 200k running ante. And a walk for the pocket queens. I do believe this will be our last level of the night. Interesting to see how this unfolds. Thank you, Johan. You've always got me back, homie. Interesting to see how this last level develops. I would hope that Zambo would get more and more aggressive. Although we've seen him pick up some big pots. He's not getting too out of line with his opening ranges. Great spot for the pocket jacks, just to pump the last 2 million in the middle. Hope to get called by a lesser hand. Good fold by Robert. All things considered, I know he can't call off almost 2/3 of his stack, but only a tad over 10 big blinds. Queens under the gun. Sounds like serious commotion going on at an outer table. Zambo defending. Queen 9 offsuit. 17 million in this stack now. Checks dark, why not? We don't have any information on the outer tables, but we do have information on the feature table. Victor has moved all in with ace jack offsuit. Robert with the Space Cowboys. Great time to pick them up. Victor is going to need serious help. King's way out in front. The flop, 5-3 deuce. 2 hearts. Victor needing an ace. Jack on the turn. He has a straight draw also. The river, the 5 of spades, not going to cut it. Update on the chip counts. Zambo way out in front. Not much has changed really. Robert with 32 big blinds, HB with 28, and everyone else with less. Maradona 26, 21, Antonino with 15, and our shortest stack of the table is Armand Muratoglu. And with about a half a level of action left to go, or a little bit more, I'd like to see Zambo really pump it up basically. Really apply the pressure. Doesn't really need to get out of line, but he has so much chips. Original Muffin, you can find all that information on the King's website. Been very helpful to me every time I've been commentating. The morning of, like, try to research the players a bit. Google some of the pronunciations and then get corrected. But we live and we learn. Also, we're on a 30-minute delay, so we don't want proper updates of what's going on. Someone's asking about the stream going downhill. I believe it's Sunday night, so every Tom, Dick and Harry are competing for the viewership on Twitch. That's that should say enough, I suppose. late in Europe. There'll be plenty of viewers here tomorrow. We're hitting 500, 600, 700 viewers on a Monday. The last couple of streams I was doing. No, I've never played poker before. I just learned how to be a commentator so I could commentate on people playing poker. That's the only competing I need to do, you know. Back to the action. Ace, deuce of clubs from early position. Raising from the button with the king 9 offsuit to 510k. Now Robert with a real decision, ace 10 offsuit, paying 6.9 million. In or around 35 big blinds. It's a very awkward stack for him. You can just call, you can 3-bet, or some people, some kids these days just move all in there just to take it down, not have to deal with a 4-bet. But I like Robert's decision, just flatten from the small. Not wanting to fucking get it in here last half an hour of the night. Jack 6-6 is the flop. But position is key here, and most likely just going to take it down with the C-bet. .31 players remaining now as we reach the conclusion of day 2. Antonino in the small blind. A5 offsuit. Muratoglu most likely just going to jam this one. Looking forward to seeing Zambo bag up a big stack and come back tomorrow. I don't know who else is left in the tournament, but for me, he's been the most exciting character so far. Antonino moving 15 big blinds across the line from the button with Jack 9 of clubs. And this is mandatory call for Maradona. And you see how strong of a hand Ace King is, but it's really not even that much ahead. 56% for the Ace King, 44% for Jack 9 of clubs. Big moment here for both of these players in this tournament. Huge. 6.2 million in the middle. Carmen needing some help. The Ace King needing to hold. Jack in the window. And 2 clubs with it. Great flop for Carmen. Turn is the king of diamonds. What a turn card for Maradona. Massive. Still needs to hold though. And the river is the 9. Oh my god. Wow. Not a club, a 9. What a cruel, painful game. Why give him the turn card if you're going to deal that river? Massive double up for Carmen. Big hit to Maradona. Unbelievable flop for Carmen. You think you're home and dry. That turn card whacks you. You're just so happy. You'd rather it was a club for sure. But it is what it is. Maradona now the short stack with 10 big blinds. Zambo sitting pretty, 85. Closest to him, 32. They're all kind of in between 32 and 25. Then Armand with 13. What a huge moment for both players after playing for 2 long days. Basically, in or around a coin flip. Not much in it. Maradona's been a very interesting player at this table. He had a big-ish stack earlier, and I hadn't got to see too much of him. Hasn't really been his way. You see Armand Muratoglu is raising off his stack of 12 or 13 bigs instead of jamming. That's because he wants his opponent to jam over the top with an inferior hand or get value in a different way than just taking the blinds and antes. But as it stands, he's getting the flip with Zambo. Fair fight. Flop, King A3. Massive, massive flop for Zambo. Zambo's not surprised. He could well afford to take the hit anyway. But as it stands, he's going to have over 20 million chips. You see the difference in the chip stacks. Maradona with 9, Zambo at 99. Closest to him 32, Carmen 31, 25 and HB 23. Yeah, I'm loving the Zambo show. I'm interested to see who's left in the field who can put up to him tomorrow, really. I love a scrappy underdog. That's my favourite. Like, we can all root for the hero, but that scrappy villain, the people you don't think of, they're the ones to watch out for. I try to be unbiased, but it's very hard to not like he's very likable, Zambo. The older the better for me, like, honestly. They just they've got this swag about them. They play the game in a different way. You gotta love it. Yes, Zambo. Clap your hands, buddy. Laugh it off. Bang. 5 million. How are you getting on? Good pick up for the eights there. Nothing else you can do. Sambo will be loving life coming back tomorrow with that kind of a stack. Or who wouldn't? And it's the min raise from the small blind with Jack 4 off. And it's very enticing to just call one big blind more when you already have posted your big blind and the big blind ante. You're getting great odds. You will see a flop. King, 10, 8, 2 diamonds. Checking over to the big blind has its own problems. You take a stab at it, oftentimes you're just going to get a fold from your opponent. These battles are about who wants it more. It's all these little pots that make the difference in the long term. Round to Zambo. With a cool 1.2 million. Six times the big blind will get the job done. That will do for Zambo. got a new player at the table, Giorgio Montebello. I'm going to get up in the morning, do a bit of boxing. Small bit of a cycle. Cold shower, be ready to go. Be a long, long day tomorrow, I'd say. But we will be crowning a champion tomorrow. Well over 100 grand, 162,000. Rob with the decision to bet or check. Betting 550k. Problem is, his opponent in the big blind has flopped top pair. Yes, Johan, thumbs up to get Zambo on the feature table tomorrow, but if he's not, I have a funny feeling we just see him join out of nowhere. Don't know the chip stack, I can't predict the future, but it's not the last we'll have seen of Zambo. No way. Need a bit more Zambo in her life. Rob's going for a second barrel here. What he's trying to accomplish to get his opponent to fold something like a 6 and possibly a 9. But HB just has too strong of a hand here. Bet of just over $1 million and you have 3.6 in your stack. Wouldn't be the end of the world of just going all in here. One of the last hands of the night. Just take it down. I love it. Love it in the background there. Get all your emotions out. He has just called. He has top pair open ender. Understandable. Robert giving up on the river. HB deciding, I'm just going to take this one down. Maradona, ace jack of diamonds. Ideal situation to just move all in, pick up the blinds and antes. Zambo sitting on just 20 million, that's all. Closest to him 6.7. Or stack 2.5. And the rest of the stacks are hovering in between 4 and 5.6, 7, 8. Now, Rafael Zambo with a normal min raise under the gun. Expect him to see something mental like 1 million. But he does go for the min raise. Now, you see Maradona's hand. It is a good hand for defending. But when you defend a hand like that, forget about his tree kicker. It could be a stronger kicker. You have to know that he's just going to put you all in. So there's reverse implied odds there, because if we call and we miss, our opponent's just putting us all in either way. So it's great if we hit the flop, brilliant. But other opponents might bet small and fold, or just check it down. But knowing your customer there, Zambo is just going to put you under pressure, bang, bang, every time he raises under the gun. That's why you're not seeing him defend a king 3 suited. HB from the cutoff. Min raise, A7 offsuit. I'm looking forward to seeing what Zambo does tomorrow, because he strikes me as someone who would actually be able to make a big laydown. He's been very calm, collected and patient. His opening range was not out of line in the slightest. However, when it came flop, turn and river, He was putting you under pressure, huge bets. I guess that's how he has 20 million. I'd like to see Maradona bag up some chips for tomorrow as well. He was interesting and exciting earlier. Zambo limping in the small blind. King Queen offsuit. Big blind checks. King 3-3. Zambo betting. And the bet takes it down. You see the variety from Zambo there, just limping with such a strong hand, even though there's only a couple of hands left. Disguising strength of his hand. Carmen with the open from the hijack. King 5 out. King 5 off suit. However, it is one of the last hands of the night. Defend from Giorgio from the big blind. Queen 10 off suit. Flop is 10-9-9. Neck from Giorgio. Carmen just checks back. And the call from King High is understandable on the turn. River to Queen. Looks in or around 750k, 775. Now Carmen, Giorgio is not betting ace high here on the river. He's not going for 2 streets with ace high. So Carmen has to be thinking, okay, what can I beat? Giorgio is making himself very polarized. It's just a very bad board to be bluffing on. Lets it go. I'd like to give a big shout out to the moderator, Johan. Thank you once again, sir, and I will see you tomorrow. Thanks, guys. That means the world to me. I always kind of get into the swing of things on the Sunday and then well in the zone throughout the Monday. That looks like a very large raise from the button. $1.1 million, looks like. The ace-4 will take that one down. They're just deciding how many more hands will be played tonight. Doing a chip race. I do believe that's it. That's the end of the action for tonight, guys. Make sure you tune in tomorrow. Thanks for being here. I'm Dan Rankin. You've been a great audience.